Hello? Looks like we're live. I see Pixelator saying that he got here first. Incorrect. Actually, I was here first. There we go. How's everyone doing today? You guys ready for a long stream? Because I got some good music to play us during it. Alrighty. Let's jump right into this. No time to waste. Gotta start with Nick. Ooh, that sucks, Maniac. What did I think about the new Mario movie? I liked it. I thought it was good. Yeah, this will most definitely be its own stream because I got 4 characters to draw and they're all human. They're all human and they all got pretty eccentric designs, to say the least. So this will be purely an Ace Attorney day. We'll worry about Raiden when we get there. We still got a while before we get to Raiden. At least Paper Mario has a simpler design. Yeah, Paper Mario will be easy-ish. The hardest part about that one will be trying to get the, because that one's going to require, like, a lot of different, like, line thickness. But we'll worry about that one probably sometime next week. Will we ever hear from Danny again? If she's ever around whenever I do one of these streams. And if she even wants to join. That's up to her. I spoke to her recently. She was telling me that the restaurant that she works at and manages is opening another location. But she's having some issues with the one she's currently at because the landlord that owns the property also owns like an apartment complex close by it. And they wanted to renovate it, I guess, because I guess it was like abandoned for a little bit, like it wasn't really being used. But the landlord decided he wanted to open it back up as apartments. So they started renovating it, but they accidentally cut some internet cables that Danny's job needs in order to be able to function. So, last I heard from Danny, she's been having some work issues because of that. Like, they haven't been able to actually work or process any orders or anything. I'm sure it'll get resolved soon. It's not really a good look for a landlord when their tenants are unsatisfied by your work because something you did is hindering their businesses, which, you know, they need that business in order to pay you as the landlord. So, I'd like to think the guy would get that fixed soon. Hey there, Ozma. How you doing? Yeah, also, it's like apologies for the kind of lack that there were only 2 streams this week, and then I'm getting sidetracked by all the video games that I've been wanting to play that have been coming out. Like, I've been playing a lot of the Mega Man Battle Network. You can blame Brandon for that one. And then it's like, of course, yesterday-ish, the new Xenoblade Future Redeemed DLC came out for Xenoblade 3, and I've been wanting to play through that before the spoilers get heavy on the internet. But I'm really only able to play that whenever Sophia is available because we want to play it together. Or she wants to watch me play it. So yeah, I've been irresponsible playing video games instead of working. Today's your birthday, Chico? Well, happy birthday. Your birthday's in 2 days? Well, happy early birthday. Oh yeah, when Tears of the Kingdom comes out, it's all over. That's probably my most anticipated one right now. Too many video games. Too many video games, and I don't trust the internet enough to not play them immediately so I don't get spoiled. Ever heard of Deathloop? Nope. Why is the Euro always front loaded with the video games people want to play? Good question. Because game developers don't actually want us to thrive as a species. They want to hinder us with all these good video games. How would I feel about an Ace Attorney x Danganronpa crossover? I don't think it's necessary. Because Danganronpa is kind of already Ace Attorney. Like, the two games are already very similar. It's just one's a little more lighthearted than the other. What day is it in 3 days and why is it important? Is it your birthday? Mario X Ace Attorney? We already got that. It's called Sunshine. Peach yelled objection once. That counts, right? Just found out about the Illuminati drama, and I'm sad. Loved her content. What happened? Because I watch her on occasion, too, but, like, didn't realize there was any drama. Do I know A-Drive? Yeah, I know A-Drive. Don't really watch him, but I know him. She accused Legal Eagle of stealing her editing style. That seems bizarre. Like a bizarre thing to accuse somebody of, but okay. I actually watch Legal Eagle too, but like... What does she mean by editing style? Because when I think about it, no, not really. Also, probably shouldn't start, that kind of drama with a lawyer, because they're generally pretty good at proving their cases. I would like to imagine anyway. Because I've seen both of their content, and I'm just sitting here thinking, like, there's never once been a point where I'm like, huh, this video from Legal Eagle reminds me of Illuminati. That's never once occurred to me. I'm doing fine, Dylan. How you doing? Oh yeah, actually, it is fitting since I'm currently drawing a lawyer. Still hyped for the new Spider-Man game? Yep. Whenever that comes out, I will also be getting that frame 1. Again, too many video games. It's like, yeah, Spider-Man, Zelda. The end of the year, we're getting the Pokemon Scarlet Violet DLC. It's like, dang it. Well, the Frontiers DLC I'm not as, like, excited about myself specifically, because I didn't play Frontiers. But I'm excited for those who are excited for it. That's right. Speaking of video games, the friggin' the Inteleon raid event in Scarlet and Violet is starting later today. So that's probably what I'll be doing after I finish this stream. No new movesets until the new thumbnails are done for the old videos. No, ideally not. I plan on getting like uploading more movesets before the thumbnails are all done, because that would just take too long. Do you think we'll ever get another Nintendo All-Stars game that isn't a 2D platformer? We did. It's called Mario Kart 8. But the Magolor epilogue, will the Magolor moveset be updated? Not anytime soon. I'm very much a just move forward kind of guy as opposed to a look back kind of guy. I wouldn't mind updating the movesets at some point, but it's not going to be for a while. Like, I just have currently no interest in doing it for the time being. And don't get me wrong, some of those older movesets definitely need updates, but I just have no interest in doing it right now. Imagine if I did a nitpick series for my own movesets. I mean, that's probably the closest that it's going to happen for them, because there's no moveset that I'd outright change. Again, I would just make tweaks to them. Wait, what leak are you talking about, Ray? Because the only thing I heard about regarding Final Fantasy IX was that apparently an anime adaptation was being made for it. But we haven't heard anything about that for a while now. Isn't that the mistakes and issues streams? The mistakes and issues streams are mostly to address, like, things specifically that you guys have with, like issues that you guys specifically have with the movesets. Not so much the ones that I have with the movesets. Either that or for me to point out things that you guys have mentioned to me in the comments that were like fair points that I didn't think about during the movesets or whatnot. Would I nitpick the bread moveset? Yeah, I don't see why not. Even if that was one made by you guys, like if I go back and look at it and see any issues, like yeah, I'd still nitpick it, and I would hope that you guys would do the same. The bread moveset was a lot of fun. It really was. What character from each series in Smash would you replace for a better one? That's not really an answer that I want to give, because a better one is subjective. What you're really asking me is what would I want to change about it? And all I can give are answers that will end up upsetting other people, because characters that I might think are better than others, people might disagree. There was an NVIDIA leak with a ton of screening stuff, and everything in it has either been released or announced. A Final Fantasy IX remake was in the leak. What else was mentioned in it? Like beforehand, that it's apparently already happened. There we go. Phoenix Wright. Tactics Ogre Reborn, Chrono Cross Remaster, a few original titles, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Well, the 7 Remake, like, Part 2 thing? Or the original Final Fantasy VII? How old is this league? This was before 7 came out? Oh, so this is an old thing. Interesting. I myself would not mind a 9 remake. Though I doubt it's going to be as grand as the 7 remake. More than likely, it'll just be 9 again with updated graphics. The 9 remake could have been silently killed. That's possible, too. Because, I mean, if the leak was really that old, like, yeah, there's a good chance it might have been silently just canned. Since it was never... If it was never announced in the first place, then that would explain that. I mean, I've never been one to worry too much about getting a remake, because it's like, we still have the originals. They're not going anywhere. And it's not like it's one of those games where, like, it's never been re-released anywhere, so there's no way to play it outside of emulation. We have 9 on the Switch. And it's, you know, just as good as the original, so... It's not like the people that still want to play 9 are losing out. You want to cry over modern day VV graphics? Well, it's Kingdom Hearts. You can cry over that, VV. Speaking of Final Fantasy, we can all agree that the icon used for Smash was bad. Yeah, it's not very inspiring, but I also understand why they chose it. They probably chose that one specifically because there's not really a definitive Final Fantasy logo. And they probably did that as a failsafe in case they added other Final Fantasy characters that weren't from 7. But at the same time, they also went ahead and made the Persona logo the Phantom Thieves logo. So they did that knowing full well that they weren't adding any more Persona characters, apparently. So it's like... My only thought process for that is that, yeah, potentially... They thought of I guess they had the idea that they would be adding more Final Fantasy characters aside from just Cloud, but then it ended up never happening. Because I believe every Final Fantasy game has like its own unique logo. Like there isn't like one definitive Final Fantasy game, or there isn't really one definitive Final Fantasy logo. Make it the Meteor? Yeah, like, that only works for Final Fantasy VII characters. Now, granted, we only have Final Fantasy characters, or Final Fantasy VII characters, so I get your argument for sure. But again, I'm just saying, I understand why they did that, but again, it doesn't quite make sense compared to the Persona one. So, it's like... It's whatever. They could always change... They could always change it in the future. Either that or choose to give other Final Fantasy characters, different series icons, more representative of their unique games. Because right now, that's about the only choice they have to do for Persona. Unless they choose to change the Persona icon. Assuming we get more Persona characters in general. To be fair on the Final Fantasy series logo, though, it is distinct enough to where when people see the two the two Fs in that font specifically, they'll know exactly where it came from. Like, they'll know exactly what it is. Like, it's still way better than the Mega Man series icon, which is just a gear. Like, it's not even a case of, like, where in the Mega Man series, the classic Mega Man series specifically, like, do the characters get represented by gears that much? Like, you don't really see that at all. That's why the Mega Man one is going to be a case where whenever I get around to Zero, making a series icon for to Zero specifically for this whole thing, I'm making a new series icons for Zero specifically, but it is going to be a Mega Man X one. So it's probably going to be like the Maverick Hunter logo or something like that. I'm doing just fine. Ufio64, how are you doing? The Mega Man 1 should have been an energy tank. That probably would have been a little more recognizable. I'm just trying to think in general what the Mega Man 1 could have been. It's a shame because I'm not as familiar with Mega Man. I'm learning a little more about Mega Man Battle Network specifically because I actually have been playing that game. But I can very well see them doing a thing where, like, if they did in the future ever add different Mega Man reps from different Mega Man series, they could make the series icons like different Mega Man series specifically. Like, they don't all have to be the gear. Like, if they're gonna keep the gear, leave the gear specifically to the classic to the classic characters. What makes for a good character design to me? Good question. A good character design to me is one that can be easily recognizable through its silhouette. Like, if you completely blacken out the character and still recognize the character just through their silhouette, that's a good character design. Like here, if I did this to Nick, here, watch this. You still recognize who this is, right? Like, even if I if I took this away and like only showed you this specifically at first, you guys would recognize that, right? Like, you would know exactly who that is. Like, that to me makes a good character design. Like, if their silhouette is like, if you can recognize a character just off their silhouette. Like, if you only see, if you see, you can recognize Pikachu immediately, you can recognize Mario immediately, you can recognize Sonic immediately, Kirby, all of them. And if you have a character like Phoenix here, who is kind of just human, put them in a pose that is really reminiscent of them. So then even when silhouetted, if they're in their pose, like, that's a good silhouette. Speaking of which, actually, this is Phoenix here. Is the flat colors for Phoenix are done. Let's move on to the next character then, Maya. And I've actually been wondering if I should change Maya's facial expression. I probably will, but I'll get to that when I get to it. Brandon, I got a call going. Get in the call. Drawing looks good, thank you. Making announcements, and I need food. Oh, regarding your the Twitch thing. Gotcha. Yeah, I saw that. Is the WarioWare series icon good? I mean, it's certainly recognizable. Like, you see the big W, and you're immediately going to be like, okay, hi, Wario. Because it's not just a generic W, it's how the W was made. Because that does represent WarioWare as a whole. So I think the W on Wario is fine. And honestly, it makes perfect sense for Wario too, because with how greedy and self-absorbed that guy is, if he's gonna have his own series icon that he has all to himself, of course he's gonna make it all about him. Thank you, Phantom Otaku. You should do silhouettes for future movesets. No, because that like you're referring to like as a part of the hints. No, because then they'd be way too they'd be way too obvious. It'll kind of defeat the purpose of hiding them. Like I kind of do that for the Unite movesets, but like I really have to hide them. Like I super blur out the silhouettes. I like rotate the picture. Like I make it completely impossible to know what it is. Because it's like, remember, generally the majority of characters that I make movesets for are well-recognizable characters with well-recognizable silhouettes. The Minato being the Xenoblade icon. And how it's too long to actually properly fit. I get what you're saying. I guess the issue with that one is kind of the same issue that Final Fantasy had, where it was like the Minato at least is a very recognizable tool. Like it's a very unique sword. So when you see its shape, you're gonna know what it is. Not to mention, that's what they use for a lot of the promotional art, is the Minato. Like, the Minato, or at the very least, the sword of like the game that's present, of the game's main character. And even then, the Minato is still pretty prevalent in games aside from Xenoblade 1. Like, it's just that important of a sword. What about Lucario? In terms of having a recognizable silhouette? Oh yeah, Lucario definitely. Like, majority of the Pokemon, you can tell very easily what they are based on their silhouettes. I mean, we've had Who's That Pokemon for how many years now? And most people get them pretty easily. You also gotta kind of remember the context, too, because even the Pokemon that have kind of weaker silhouettes, like if you were to look at Pokemon like Voltorb and Electrode, which are literally just circles. Like, if you just saw a black circle there and were told to identify what it is, some people might have a harder time. But if you told them it was Pokemon, immediately they'd be like, oh, Voltorb or Electrode, one of those two. Immediately. well recognizable for your movesets isn't necessarily true when there's over 100 characters, since there's bound to be at least one character that somebody doesn't know. There's a difference between a character being well recognizable and someone living under a rock. Because again, I'll still never forget the day when I did that Quote move set and so many people didn't know who Quote was. And I'm just sitting here like, are you crazy? Juan or Jiggly. Thanks for the $2. Or Jigglypuff, I've seen from above. Yeah, sure, why not? That teacher was trolling his class and you know it. Like, not one person actually got that answer correct. And if it showed that people did get it correct, well, it's lying. I mean, you didn't know who Musashi was, for example. The thing is now, okay, well, the point I'm trying to get across here, though, is that even if you didn't know who Musashi was then, if I were to show you Musashi's silhouette now you would know who he is. It's one of those things where it's like, the point I'm trying to get across here in general is that there's a difference between being ignorant and then object permanence. If you see a character for the first time and that character leaves an impression on you, like to know to remember what he looks like, if you're shown that character again, you're more than likely going to remember who they are. And if you're just showing their silhouette, but if they have a good enough silhouette, then you'll still know who they are. Compared to if they have a weak silhouette, or if you take any generic anime protagonist character or whatever, with the same shaggy black hair, and put them side by side, you're going to have a hard time knowing who's who. Is the Minecraft icon good in Smash? Yeah, it's good because if people look at it, they'll know, like if they know what Minecraft is, they'll know what it is immediately. Like, to me, what makes a good series icon is if you knew the series beforehand and see the icon and recognize what it is immediately, then that's what makes a good icon. That's why I think the Mega Man one is so weak, because even if you know Mega Man beforehand, if you're just shown that gear, it'll take some lucky guessing before you figure out that was Mega Man's icon. Should have been his helmet. That would have been recognizable. Yeah, that wouldn't have been bad. Because Mega Man has a really has a very recognizable helmet. Like, generally remember, like, when we're talking about what's considered recognizable, you have to take the ignorant out of the equation. Because the ignorant here should not really be a factor because they don't know what it is to begin with. You can only recognize something if you've seen it beforehand. Like, if you've never seen it, then you're not going to recognize it because there's no way for you to recognize it. Because you've never seen it. So just keep that in mind when I say recognizable. Like, take the ignorant out of the equation. The Mega Buster? I don't know about that one myself. I think the helmet would probably do a little better. E-Tank is recognizable as well. Look at it like this. When you play a Mega Man game, what do you see more of? The E-Tanks or Mega Man's helmet? I guess think of it like that. Maya looks so colorful. I had to make her like this because she has so many different elements on her that I had to make sure that I color the sketch differently so I didn't get lost on where the each element was. Like, generally a good series icon is one that not only is recognizable to the series itself, but also one that can represent every single character in the series and not just a select few. E-Tank is like the mushroom for the Mario series. The difference is the mushroom's actually like a recognizable power-up because it's one of the first things you see. E-Tanks are scarce. Like, you don't see them too often in Mega Man games. Heck, I don't even think they were in the first Mega Man game. I think they were introduced later. Whereas again, the helmet, specifically for the classic Mega Man anyway, the helmet's been there since the beginning. Guess it's been an hour. Has it only been an hour, really? Yeah, I guess it has been. Dang. It's only been an hour and I'm already on Maya. That's good. I mean, I'm still nowhere near halfway done, but good to know that within an hour I finished Phoenix Flats and then got Maya started. But the helmet represents only Mega Man himself? Not necessarily. Because it's an iconic thing from his series. Because think of it like this. Bowser is represented by the Mushroom Kingdom mushroom icon, but Bowser himself never uses mushrooms. Kirby's icon is the Warp Star, but the Warp Star belongs to Kirby, but it's still a recognizable icon. Think of it like that. Heck, look at yeah, the Donkey Kong icon. It's DK's initials, which are more letter icons, but it's recognizable because it's what DK wears on his tie. So when you see that, it represents the main. Okay, let's put it like this then. Here, let's put it like this to help it make a little more sense. A series icon should be able to represent a series as a whole. When you have a singular main character, that alone, that character generally will represent the series as a whole. Like, if you see the letters DK, most people are going to think Donkey Kong. So even if the initials DK really only represent, is something only from DK's tie, it still represents the Donkey Kong series as a whole because people recognize it. No one's going to know what series it is if they see the silhouette of a flying duck. I disagree, because Duck Hunt is a pretty popular game. It's pretty prominent. Like, most people, even newer generations, know what Duck Hunt is. And if you show that silhouette in the context of it being Nintendo, yeah, they're going to know what it is. Especially if it's the duck in that pose. It's because they didn't just take a random picture of a duck. They they specifically made an icon that looks like the duck flying away, the exact sprite that we see from the Duck Hunt games. That's what helps make it recognizable. If you've played Duck Hunt, you're going to know exactly what that is. What about the Fire Emblem symbol? That one can change, for sure, because it is just a sword. And I have a feeling the reason why it's just a sword is because back when Fire Emblem was first introduced to the series, when it was still kind of a niche Nintendo series, they probably didn't have much of an icon to work with. I do believe the sword was on some logos of the series back then. But like, I feel like they probably are better off now changing that logo into the actual shape of the Fire Emblem, because now the Fire Emblem is actually a definable thing that is there now. Because the actual Fire Emblem didn't really have a shape back then. But now it does. So that should be the icon now, instead of just sword. Yeah, that one I agree with. Would the Kid Icarus icon need to be changed? Because it was the bow and arrow, right? I think that one's fine-ish. I'm just trying to think of what else it could be. Which Fire Emblem? The Fire Emblem had different designs? I guess that one depends, honestly. I'm just trying to think back. I'm just trying to think back to all the existing series icons now. Yeah, Mario has the mushroom. That's a perfect one for it. Yeah, DK has his DK initials. That's perfect. Pokemon has the Pokeball. Shouldn't be anything else. Zelda has the Triforce. That's perfect. Kirby has the Warp Star. That's good. Samus is the Screw Attack. That I think is fine. Earthbound. That one was just an image of a planet. I guess that's fine. I'm just trying to think of what else it could be aside from that. Yoshi's the egg. Yeah, that one's perfect for Yoshi. Wario is the Wario Inc. Is the W. That's fine for Wario. Falcons was the Street Fighter series icon. That was the SF, right? Like, that was another one that just took from the general title of it and turned that into an icon. What else would it be if not that? Because SF in that font, I think, is pretty recognizable as Street Fighter. Thank you, Ozma. The Fire Emblem logo is the falchion, which is a very important sword of the series. Much more so back when Fire Emblem was out of the Smash, though. Yeah, and I get that. I do get that. Trying to think. I guess my question is, especially when compared to like the Monado, is the falchion like a distinct enough sword to where even the common Fire Emblem fan will recognize it? Ice Climbers was the Condor. That I think is fine. Mr. Saturn for Earthbound? Nah, I don't think it needs to be Mr. Saturn. I mean, that certainly would be a lot more... Well, that certainly would be a lot more unique compared to just the planet Earth. I suppose. It's sad, though, because at the same time, just the Earth, or like a planet for Earthbound, just makes a lot of sense, because Earthbound. And even in the context of it being called Mother, like, the series as a whole is very just, like, planet-themed, so... Thank you, Ozma. When Fire Emblem was added to Smash for sure, nowadays, no. I suppose. That's a fair argument. And thank you once again for the $2. Why did you give Apollo Trucy and not Athena? Because Trucy was Apollo's original assistant. And Athena wasn't really an assistant. She's another lawyer. Not to mention, it melded better for Apollo just because I was able to get away with a lot of the same kinds of things for Trucy to do compared to Maya. Because if you remember the things that Maya does that were unique to her, she can create the shield, like the Mystic Shield. She can toss Phoenix into the air. I think it's mostly the shield thing, because I was able to translate that into the magic. So one is a mystic, the other is a magician. So it was able to kind of mesh easier compared to a psychologist, if that makes any sense. But in Smash, Rob's franchise isn't called the Gyromite series. It's just Rob, and he represents the NES. That's a case of Rob didn't have much of anything at all to go off of. And it's not like the Gyromite is absent from Rob. He still has it in an attack, so it still makes sense. Because the Gyromite was exclusive to Rob. Can someone explain the Bayonetta series icon, the crescent moon with the circle in it? That probably has... I don't know enough about Bayonetta to really give an answer to that one myself, but someone who's played Bayonetta could probably answer that better than me. But, like, it looks unique enough to probably be important to something in Bayonetta, so I assume it's okay. But I really can't give an opinion on that because I don't play Bayonetta. Star Fox has the Team Star Fox logo. Yep, that makes sense. And that's actually that's another example of a series icon that doesn't necessarily mesh with every character, but it represents the series as a whole. Because Star Wolf having the Star Fox icon, people would probably say is weird, but it represents Star Fox as a whole, so it's fine. Like the Star Fox series. Isn't that design on her outfit Bayonetta's outfit? See, I couldn't tell you. Someone in the chat who's actually played Bayonetta is going to have to answer that one for me. What do I think of Uncharted? Not much about it. I never played it myself. I've watched a single Let's Play of it on our Spiffy Needle Geeks channel that Danny did some time ago, but I really don't remember much about it. The crescent moon with the circle is an Umbran witch emblem that was passed down from her mother. Okay, then yeah, that makes sense then. There we go. So far, so good. Maybe a little bulkiness to her hair up here. F-Zero as the Falcon on the back of Captain Falcon's jacket, so you can decide if that's good. Well, does F-Zero have a more recognizable icon? Because again, that's another one that I really can't give an opinion on because I don't play F-Zero. All right, have a good. All right, have a good day, Asma. The Jiggy was perfect for Banjo-Kazooie. Oh, for sure. Like, even before Banjo-Kazooie came out, and I did like all this stuff here, like the Jiggy was literally what we had originally for this. So alright, now how do I want to handle Maya's face? Do I want to keep this, or do I want to give her like a smug expression? Like if she does this with a smile. Or do I want to keep the frown and give her the smug expression? What do you guys think? Ooh, actually, I kind of like this. What do you guys think of this? Bowser's icon should be the Koopa clown car? No! No! Like, even if they chose to give Bowser a completely different icon aside from the usual Mario series icon, it would just be it would be Bowser's icon, his head. Why would it be the clown car? Let me do this real quick. Though I think it would be interesting to think about what every character's individual icons would look like if they had their own unique ones. Though I do feel like that would kind of defeat the purpose. Like, I think I do prefer the idea of it being of a series icon that represents the entire series. Because if you just make icons for unique icons for every single character, that would become redundant with the stock icons. My main in Smash is DDD. There we go. One Maya Fey. Let's get her colored. Then we'll work on Apollo and Trucy, who actually will have to be drawn together because of how I posed them. What would a missing no moveset look like? It wouldn't. I am not doing missing no. But I give Deltarune a different series icon from Undertale? I don't see why not. Because it does seem to be its own thing, so I don't see why not. And even then, it's like even if even if Deltarune at the same icon as Undertale, the heart still works because that still exists in both. So either way is fine. Did I know that Deltarune is an anagram for Undertale? Nope. Never figured that out for myself. I totally did not know that. Unfortunately, a little difficult to kind of tell. Hold on, didn't I have another image for Maya to use? Hold on 1 second. Where's the... Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay. I see. Okay. You were here for your boy Nick. I mean, you technically already missed him, but you can be here for Maya. Oops. It's getting a little hot in here. I don't understand when people say the Sonic series icon should be changed. No! That does not need to be changed at all. That one's perfect as it is. People saying that are tripping. Like, nothing is more iconic than Sonic's own head. Because Sonic himself is iconic. Like, the reality of the common Sonic fan, like they're their own breed. It's incredibly hard to please them. Like, did you guys see what was going on Twitter regarding Ian Flynn? Like, Ian Flynn is considered one of the best Sonic writers in existence, and the Japanese audience don't like that he's there because he doesn't write the stories Japanese enough. Because he's a Western writer. Sonic is just so weird. There's no possible way to please everybody with him. Like, it is literally impossible. Like, remember, guys, Sonic was the original, like, Sonic back in the day was originally what people consider Pokemon now. Like, it was some kind of show. And to be fair, it kind of hasn't ended. People have just grown numb to it. If we're real here. Sonic was originally created for the US audience. Is that true? I don't think I've ever heard of that one. Oh, thank you, Malik. Sonic really can't catch a break, can he? I don't want to say what I hear about Ian Flynn is a cultural difference, because that's... So what? It's whatever. Again, people have kind of just grown numb to the Sonic drama. Sonic fans will never actually be happy. We kind of just have to accept that. Yes, please form your own opinions. That is ideal. Though, please form your own educated opinions, I might ask. Because every day I see people talking about their opinions that are not really that well thought through. Like, I'm not going to say who this person is and what character they commented on, because I don't want you guys looking for it. But there was a guy who commented on one of the villain movesets, who specifically said, or specifically asked me, why did you make this? This guy's a villain. Why would he be in Smash? And I'm just sitting here like, does he not know that Bowser and Ganondorf and Ridley and K. Rool and so on are all villains? Like, there are still plenty of people on this planet that don't really think before they open their mouth, unfortunately. Oh, you know what I should actually add here? Hold on. I guess I never drew the back. I never drew the back of Miles' long hair. There we go. People are getting mad at the plot of the Knuckles TV show. There's no reason for them to be getting mad at it. Like, if they don't care for the idea, that's one thing. But to be getting mad at it, it's like, come on, guys. I think it's funny, personally. Like, they're very clearly just writing it to be funny. Like, just based on how the concept sounds alone. So it's like, I don't worry about it. I just consume at my own leisure. Where's the link to fill out the form? Read the text scrolling at the bottom of the stream, and you will see it. And you will see how to do it. I'm a consumer. Yep, I'm a filthy consumer. I still don't get why people consider that like a bad thing or as an insult. It's like, yes, I buy things and then consume what I buy. That's how it generally works. I'm gonna flatten these out a little bit, actually. Hold on. Thank you, Malik. Not so long ago, I found out that Eggman was originally the mascot for Sega to rival Mario, but there was too many similarities, so they backed out. Really? I didn't know that. Eggman, he's the fastest thing alive. Just imagining Eggman as the protagonist. Like, it sounds weird in concept, but like, if it actually happened, that'd be normal for us. It's funny how that works. Everybody Super Eggman Racing. Oh, I hate it. Oh, by the way, before I forget, Ray, you still there? I saw that conversation you had with the guy in my comments regarding the AI art. I'll let you know that I'll go ahead and let you know that I ended up blocking that guy. Because that sounds like somebody that didn't actually want to be convinced about anything, and I don't really want that kind of I really don't want that kind of behavior or ideology within my chat within my audience. Because I was reading what he was saying, and it was just like, oh dear. Like, that is not a mindset we should be having. Trying to claim that AI art is just inherently better. Especially since it's not, considering that AI art has inherent flaws, like it can't do hands. Also, there's also the fact that it steals art from others. Like, you guys know how AI art is generated, right? It looks at every single image on the internet and tries to piece together the best it can from those images. So, AI art should really be called Frankenstein art. That's what it should be called. Like, because it's literally just taking art from, like taking up like bits and pieces of other art and just literally mashing them together. So here's a fun idea. From now on, let's call it Frankenstein art, and let's see how willing people are still going to be to want to use it. Oh, thank you, Malik. It was until the artist who drew Sonic, I forgot the name, went to New York, went to a park to show how an undisclosed amount of people, which who they love more, Sonic or Eggman? Guess who won? Wow, no wonder Eggman's the villain. He never he never got over that. I was supposed to be the hero, me. But yeah, so I hereby decree that AI art is called Frankenstein art. I'm cool with calling it that. Ever heard of Dr. Kintobor? Yes, that was in some Sonic media. That was Eggman's real name before he changed it to Robotnik. Before then changing it to Eggman. Do I have opinions on Ace Attorney? I do. I love Ace Attorney. I've played every single game. Except for the newest one, the Great Ace Attorney. I meant to pick that up. I wanted to pick it up when I was going around trying to find the Mega Man Battle Network collection, but no one had it. So I'll have to wait until someone gets it. I was also trying to pick up the Switch version of Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Because I've been meaning to pick that up for a while, just so I can have it and play it eventually. But apparently, like GameStop delisted it, and that worries me. So I'm sitting here like, oh, so if I want that one, I'm probably gonna have to order it online. Have I seen the rock, paper, scissors anime? I didn't even know that was a thing. Why did I not use the knight armor from Sonic and the Black Knight for Shadow, Knuckles, Silver, Tails, or Amy as costumes? Because I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. They look so cool. They really don't. So, I hate to break it to you. In my opinion, they do not. Ever played Grand Theft Auto? I have not. Will I play it if I were to ever make a moveset for a Grand Theft Auto character? Yeah, I would have to. That's generally the fastest way to get me to play a game that you guys want me to play. Get their characters requested enough for me to want to make movesets for them. That's generally the best way you're going to get me to want to play a game. Should I move Maya's mouth up a little bit, or should I move her nose down? Let me see here. That looks better. Okay. There we go. That's a Maya. Alrighty. Let's get to the next two. Apollo and Trucy. And as you can see, I kind of have them posed together, so I'm going to have to draw them together. And a forehead. Two characters I used to ship until the end of the game. Oof. I can only imagine how many people went through the same thing you did there. Oof. That's alright. They gave us new characters to ship with Apollo. I really do hope at some point we get an Ace Attorney 7. Because there's still some questions that really haven't been answered, or some things that haven't been resolved yet from the past games. Like, the end of Ace Attorney 6 hinted at the idea of Apollo and Trucy's mother finally telling them the truth about, that she's alive and such, and that they're siblings. But, it didn't actually show it happening, or what would have become of that. There's also kind of a story with Trucy... Oh, there's a bug in here. Great. There's also kind of a story with Trucy that's never really been concluded either. Because the end of Ace Attorney 4 kind of hints at this idea that Trucy, is not really happy. She's, kind of this idea where, the person that smiles the biggest generally has the most sadness in their hearts. Oh my god, go away. Sorry, Nat. And we never really got I don't think we ever really got a proper conclusion to that. Plus, I also want to see more of what's happening with Apollo now that he lives in Korean, however that country was called. What is the order to play Ace Attorney games? Literally the order of when they come out. This bug, I swear, if it flies in front of me again, I'm going to dedicate however long it will be to kill it. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Though, you might be a little hard-pressed nowadays to play 5 and 6 if you didn't already buy them on the eShop. Because they were only on the 3DS eShop, and as we now know, that has been closed down. So either you're gonna have to watch a Let's Play for that, or hopefully wait for some kind of like Switch port, I guess. Because the first 3 games are all on Switch as a trilogy, so you get them all together. The 4th game, I don't know. I actually don't know the best way to get that one, but it's a DS game, so if you can't find it anywhere, you can probably just emulate it. Like, I actually own the 4th game on DS, so I don't have to worry about that, but like... They're on mobile? Okay, there you go. Oh, wait. Are the 5th and 6th games on mobile? They're on the Apple Store? Oh, sick. Never mind. Cool. So there are still ways to play them. Are they really? You guys are pulling my leg here. Oh, sick. They really are. They're also really cheap. Even Investigations is on... Wow. I did not know this. Sick. Ghost Tricks here? Huh. Sick. Okay, cool. Well, there you go. There's your answer. If you have Apple, you can play it on that. Do I think Athena can work as a fighter in Smash Bros. Alongside Phoenix Wright? Potentially. I mean, I made Phoenix work, so I could probably make Athena work. Actually, the funny thing is, Athena probably could be an actual fighter. She's studied martial arts. So that'd be funny. An Ace Attorney character that actually fights. And doesn't just, like, metaphorically fight, but actually fights. Like, her first impression on Apollo was literally flipping a cop into the air and causing the cop to land on Apollo. Like, she's tough. What is this thumbnail for? This is for the Ace Attorney crew. So, I'm currently drawing Apollo and Trucy. I already drew Nick and Maya. So right now I'm just getting all their line art and flat colors done, and then once that's all done, I'll get their I'll get started on their shading, and then that'll be it. Excuse me. Francesca. Yeah, we never did see Francesca again, haven't we? It's kind of another loose end. I mean, unless she appeared in the investigation games. I actually have not had a chance to play the investigation games yet. I own one of them because I found it for a pretty good like cheap price at like a used game store, and I figured I'd just grab it. With the intent on playing it, I never got a chance to. I saw the hearts pop up in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. I thought it was the bug again. I was about ready to swat. I was about ready to swat you guys' hearts. I was like, ew, love. Okay, so Francesco was in investigations. Okay. I know Gumshoe was in investigations, but does investigations ever answer what happened to Gumshoe? Because he kind of just disappeared off the face of the planet. Like, he had, like, a cameo in the fourth game, in the past, specifically. Like during, like, a flashback, before Phoenix lost his attorney's badge. But do we know, does investigations ever explain what happened to him after that? Like, did he end up just retiring? Did he die? Don't remember? Oof. You know, Bug, there's a whole room here. Why do you gotta fly right in my space? Isaac happened, but Pico or Cartman can't. What's too far to the point of toning it down? With, well, I mean, Isaac doesn't have anything inherently, like, offensive in it. Like, there's a lot of gruesome imagery, but that could easily be hidden. But Pico and South Park have outright offensive things in them that I just don't want to deal with. Not to mention, that's like a part of their characters. Like, to be offensive. So, like, if you remove what makes a character, there's no point in doing them. But even then, I wouldn't want to. Just because that's the case for them. So if their point is to be offensive, that's the limit, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's probably a good way to put it. So no Postal Dude? I don't know what Postal Dude is. I have never heard of Postal Dude, so you guys are going to have to enlighten me on that one. Postal Dude from the Postal series is a very edgy and offensive series. I'll take your word for it. Like, if that series has gotten requests, it hasn't gotten a whole lot. So whether or not it happens is kind of irrelevant right now. I'd say for the time being, don't really worry about what characters I'm willing to do or not based on what's offensive or whatever. Because pretty much I'll find out as soon as I start, if I ever start researching them. Because nothing's stopping me from, like, if I decided to do a character, nothing's stopping me from canceling that character once I start researching them and find out and find things I don't like. So I wouldn't really worry about, what characters can be requested or whatnot for the time being. Because ultimately, like, if I don't like the character or the series they're from, it's just not happening. So it really doesn't matter if people request for certain characters or not. Like, yeah. Because it's like, I go ahead and tell people to not request characters, like South Park or whatnot, because I'm not going to bother writing them down, because I already know what they are. But if there are characters or series that I am ignorant to, and people request for them, and I like those requests, but they're from offensive series or whatnot, like, simply put, once I find out what they are, I just won't do them. That's it. Actually, you know what? I almost forgot. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's like I forgot I was in the middle of doing laundry earlier, and I forgot to take a load out of the dryer before I started the stream, so I had to go grab that real quick. Why do you guys like the Egg Dragoon so much? Egg Dragoon is mid. Here I am starting fights. Let's see if anyone in the chat is the exact kind of Sonic fan I was talking about earlier. I was kidding, Malik. I actually don't even. I don't even remember Egg Dragoon that much, honestly. I was just trying to rile you guys up a little bit. I'm here to cause problems on purpose. I like how you're all just collectively agreeing that you all deserve to be trolled. What? All right. I won't judge out loud. actually, speaking of being divisive, I know for a lot of people, there seems to be a pretty common, like, a pretty, what are the words I want to use here? A pretty, okay, let me just try to reword this. When it comes to Ace Attorney, most everyone can agree that the first 3 games are really good, but then seem to have a harder time to collectively deciding on the quality of the 4th, 5th, and 6th games. Like, it's either people really love them or they really hate them. What are you guys' thoughts on the 4th, 5th, and 6th games if you've played them? Because personally, I really like them. Brandon, you finally get to come and chat and stop being a loser? Dang, I thought for sure that loser comment would make him jump right into the call just to yell at me. He must actually be busy. Wow, I think Brandon actually ditched us. I can't believe it. He literally shut up, I called him a loser, and then he left. Dang.
You know,
There he is. How you doing, Brandon?
I'm getting mad sick. Mad sick.
How you doing, Brandon?
I'm good. How are you all? Wow. I don't believe this. Ray, of all people?
Dang.
That's messed up.
Wow, Ray, I can't believe you did this. That's so rude. Don't you dare call my friend a loser.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Also, Brandon, here's a Mega Man question for you. Something we were talking about earlier were like series icons and such for Smash. If we were to if Mega Man's series icon were to be changed off of the gear, what would you change it to if you would change it at all? That is.
See, it's funny because really Mega Man wasn't really known for anything else other than his helmet.
The hell you see?
Or rather, when people hear the name Mega Man, I mean, the helmet, I guess, is probably one of the more defining features you would think. Especially since I'd argue that there have been games where they would play off of the gimmick of Mega Man not having his helmet as a thing that you can do for some of his games, as well as the bit with Mega Man 7, where in the beginning of the game, he momentarily puts on a Metal helmet. And it's like, yeah, that's not right. And then Otto gives him his actual helmet, and that's like just the most iconic thing ever.
So you'd say the helmet then?
I mean, if not the gear, then yeah, probably the helmet.
All right. Yeah, because that's what I was kind of thinking too, and some people in the chat were saying. Like one guy in chat was trying to argue that it should be the E-tanks, but I was arguing that the helmet probably is way more iconic.
I mean, yeah, the E-tanks is a Mega Man thing, but yeah, I'd say the E-tanks aren't as iconic as the helmet. E-tanks didn't even really become a thing until Mega Man 2, I believe.
Yeah.
So actually, the whole helmet thing even plays off as early as Mega Man 1, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh wait, no, it was Mega Man 2 with the end credits where you see Mega Man walking in the foreground, and then the last shot is just his helmet, like on the ground. So.
I mean, the helmet's still there, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Speaking of Mega Man, I think I'm pretty close to beating 3, Battle Network. I'm on Wily Island.
I gotta look back and check because I think I saw some questions. Yes, Chaos Kirby. I've heard of Pummel Party. Never played it.
I've never heard of it. So how's your day been, Brandon?
It's been okay. I'm not complaining.
That's good.
How's everyone else in the chat doing?
You know.
Besides calling me a loser.
Yeah, they're continuing to be a hive mind. What's up?
How do we both know each other? How long have we known each other?
For many, many years. We met each other through a spriting community. And even after that community kind of just imploded on itself.
Imploded on itself.
Yeah. we still kept talking. I like how we literally came up with the same word.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Brandon, will you be down tonight for the Intellion raid?
Yes.
All right. You should be able to bring that Samurott if you ever caught that. Like, did you catch the Samurott from that raid?
I believe I did. I think the only one I missed out on was Explosion.
Okay. The Samurott should be fine then for you to use. Just EV train it as well. Brandon, I'm trying to remember. How many of the Ace Attorney games have you played?
I have the collection on Switch, as well as the new one, or the newest one.
Oh, I still need to get that one, actually. I wanted to pick it up the same day when I went out to get Mega Man, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
Yeah, I heard you say that. But yeah, actually, let me scroll through here real fast. Because yeah, I have the first 3 games on Switch. I have Ace Attorney Chronicles. I honestly should have taken up that. I honestly should have downloaded the 3DS exclusive ones before the 3DS eShop shut down.
Actually,
But
I found out, Brandon, during the stream. I didn't realize this either until people in the chat told me. 5 and 6, as well as Apollo Justice, they're actually on the Apple. They're on the Apple Store.
I don't have an iPhone though.
Oh well. Don't know what to tell you then.
I mean, unless Nintendo decides, hey, those 3DS exclusives that were downloadable only that you can't get anymore, maybe we should put them on the Switch.
Well, that's more of a Capcom decision than a Nintendo one.
Well, I know, but I mean, that still needs to go through the reins of Nintendo to put it on their console.
Well, yeah, but I imagine that's not very hard. Who am I making? This is Trucy Wright. She's within the she's Apollo's assistant within the Phoenix Wright moveset, as with Apollo as the Echo Fighter.
If we're being real too, the fact that they did Ghost Trick for Switch, like I can imagine them doing like the other Phoenix Wright game for.
I hope so. I really hope so, because more people need to play those.
Just like I've been saying, more people need to play the Battle Network games. And now that's coming true. It's actually this free-to-play game that just dropped on Switch that I wanted to take a look at later.
Ray says that they're on Battle Network 2.
Nice. I've already beaten Battle Network 2.
I guess without spoiling anything, chat, for those who have played the Battle Network games, do any of the games have reach a point where you can play as more characters aside from just Mega Man?
Yes, it does.
I want to hear the chat's answer.
Well, they might tell you more than what you. They might tell you more than what you want to hear.
That's why I said. That's why I asked them without spoiling anything. Just say yes or no. That's all they need to say.
You think the chat's gonna listen?
I mean, if they don't, I can just ban them.
That's true.
Yes? Okay, cool.
The chip challenge isn't part of the collection, though. I mean, if BJ did trust the chat more than me, I wouldn't blame him.
It's not that I trust the chat more than you, Brandon. I just want to make sure the chat stays in line.
That's valid, honestly.
When I ask them a question, they better answer. And they better answer honestly.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about honestly. That's the thing about honesty. Like sometimes when people are being honest about something, it still may not be something you want to hear, but at least you can respect people more for being honest. It's like it's kind of the mentality of, oh, always be honest with your parents, even though you may still get in trouble. But would you rather be honest with your parents and still get in trouble, but still gain a modicum of respect for being honest with your parents? Or would you lie to your parents about something thinking it'll save you from trouble, only to get you more trouble later on if they find out you were lying?
Yeah.
I'm echoing?
Of course you are. Hold on, I'll turn you down. I'll turn you on just a tad. I got you. Okay, go. All right, you should be fine now.
I'll check. Why am I echoing? Why are you asking me? Technology's dumb.
If Brandon echoes, it's probably just an issue on my end. Like, I can probably avoid it overall if I just wore headphones, but I don't like wearing headphones.
So, allegedly I should be fine now?
Yeah, you should be okay now. Unfortunately, though, Brian, to add to your conversation, there are just some things where some people are gonna have to lie or keep secrets about certain things.
Oh, I know.
Biggest example I can think of is if like someone's in the closet and their parents are like super bigoted. Nah, you keep that to yourself.
Yeah. Again, like, I'm not even saying that in every situation or in every instance you should tell the truth about some things, because there are some things in this world that just don't need to warrant being 100% honest about it. Now, if you were to do the Among Us, thing where it's like tell half truths, but not tell the whole truth, because like you obviously you don't have to lie all the time to get yourself out of trouble. sometimes it's just as easy as telling half truth. But I feel like I'm one of those people where, is it really so wrong to lie about certain things? There's some merit to lying about certain things in certain situations.
It really just depends.
Yeah, it does really depend. Like there are a lot of things I won't lie about, but there are also a lot of things where I'm gonna just say that's not your business to know. It's like how you take someone's honesty says nothing about how someone takes your honesty says nothing about you, but a lot about them. Speaking of headphones, I'm a little curious on the Raycon products.
Raycon?
Raycon. But even though I have earbuds like that are, I guess, similar to Raycons, but I'm also just sick of those earbuds falling out of my ears. And supposedly Raycons don't do that, so.
I have like normal like Apple like AirPods, and I usually don't have issues with them falling out of my ears. They're pretty good at sound canceling.
Yeah, it's like I was debating on actually looking up earbuds that had like the ear hooks, so that you know for sure they won't fall out of your ears.
Yeah.
But it's like
I don't really use my AirPods that often, because again, I really don't like sticking things in my ear that if I can help it. Usually, the only times I'll use them is when like if I'm going like out into like the kitchen or something, and I want to keep listening to a video, but you know my parents like watching TV, so I'll just put the AirPods in for that. Or like when we were on vacation and I have to sleep in the same hotel room as my parents. My stepfather is an atrocious snorer. And with my misophonia, I literally can't sleep listening to that. So I have to keep the AirPods in when I'm sleeping, just for the noise cancellation.
Ray, I am begging you, please don't mention the Pixel remasters around me right now. Please. Wait, you ruined a pair of new earbuds by wearing them in the shower?
How'd you do that?
The hot water must have fried them. Were they okay? Well, first of all, were the earbuds meant to be waterproof?
Yeah, like why'd you wear them in the shower?
Like, unless they were specifically waterproof earbuds, why would you do that?
Like that just sounds like a skill issue on your part right now. we go. Apollo and Trucy. Make sure I didn't miss anything.
I was worried if someone would ask me about the music I play on my phone when I'm in the shower. Why would you care about that? What kind of music do you listen to that would warrant that?
Yeah, I won't even front. That's probably something you should have just thought through a little better.
That being said, that having been said, I do also have, I would love to be sponsored by Raycon if I'm being honest. So give me a sponsorship for things I actually enjoy and would actually vouch for. Yeah, I feel like that's the major thing with sponsorships. It's like some people would take sponsorships only for the money and not because they thoroughly enjoy the product and would recommend it to someone else. But I feel like it should be the other way around.
Well, that's why I really haven't found myself taking any sponsorships yet, because I don't want to take a sponsorship for...
Yeah, none of them speak to you.
Yeah, like, there were some that I were interested in and called back, and, like, actually replied back for, but then I never heard from them again after that, so it's just like, oof.
Actually, now that I think about it, how would my phone be heard over the sound of running water? And there it is.
So you shower, you really don't need to listen to music in the shower, honestly.
I mean,
if you're taking a bath, that's one thing, but like, if a shower, nah, you're better off just waiting until you get out.
Even then, there are products, like, there are actual products of just like waterproof radio that you can hook behind your shower head. Like, I used to own one of those, like, many years ago, but then things happened that I can't talk about on stream right now, and you just kind of had to get out of that house.
All right.
Like, it wasn't anything to do with the house directly per se. It's just other stuff that I did want to talk about one time, but everyone was like, maybe we shouldn't talk about that just yet.
I gotcha.
All I'll say right now is that it's family related. Is there anything in theater that you like in the 3DS games more than the new games? Well, I wouldn't necessarily know, if only because I've never played the 3DS theater. The only theater rhythm games, to my knowledge, that I knew existed back then were Final Fantasy as well as Dragon Quest. Though I will say that, from what I've been told, the theater rhythm game on PlayStation and Switch, the Final Fantasy one anyway, take a lot of elements from the older theater rhythm games, like a lot of the songs, as well as like adding a bunch of new songs and stuff. So if you're playing the theater rhythm game on Switch, you might as well be playing the ones that were on 3DS. So I just can't speak from 3DS experience per se, if only because, again, I never really owned those games aside from playing the demo.
What is the coloring technique I'm using? It's a I set the line layer as a reference layer, so that way the pen that I use for coloring, it doesn't go over the lines, And this makes it a lot easier to be able to get through it all without having to worry about my the colors either bleeding over or not bleeding enough. Like, there are still some spots that I can't quite get, but it's way more manageable than trying to use the paint bucket. Because the paint bucket in this program is just completely unreliable.
There are 2 Final Fantasy ones on 3DS and 1 Dragon Quest one also on 3DS. Yeah, like I said, the only ones I was aware of are the ones on 3DS, or the Final Fantasy ones and Dragon Quest ones on 3DS. Like, I'm aware of the games, I just never played them. It's like, in reality, you could call Final Barline my first theater rhythm experience, like, properly. I want a theater rhythm game before Nintendo series. I feel like Square would have to like get in contact with well, I guess not necessarily Square, even though every theater rhythm game has been a Square thing. I think the theater rhythm games are more of an Indie Zero thing than a Square Enix thing. Which is funny because Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory was made by the same developers. Anybody remember the Dance Dance Revolution game we got for Super Mario?
Yeah. I never played it. And from what I hear, it's not worth it.
I mean, I never played it either, but I am a bit of a DDR fan myself.
Will I ever do an F-Zero character if an F-Zero character gets enough requests?
Y'all know the vibes by now. Why do y'all keep asking? I think what you meant to ask is, will F-Zero ever get another game?
I can answer that. No.
Okay, see, I didn't say that.
What if I just start messing with people like whenever they ask me if I'm ever gonna do such and such character? I'm just gonna be like, no, I'm not, just because you asked. Good job ruining it for everyone else.
Good luck, everybody else. I mean, I would do that just to make sure people are paying attention.
Wait, do what?
I said I would do that just to make sure people are paying attention.
Am I ever doing Jibanyan 3? Yes, actually. In fact, the next two characters are both Jibanyan. All of my remaining movesets are going to be Jibanyan, and they will keep being Jibanyan until the day I die.
Well. Y'all heard it here first.
Suddenly my subscriber count just starts going down. Brawl Fan 1, that one weird YouTuber that keeps making Smash movesets on Jibanyan. I was like, what?
Didn't have to be like this. Favorite My Hero Academia characters?
Mine is Tokoyami. I really like Ochako. Bakugo's always fun. My favorite's probably Tokoyami, though.
Did you just sneeze?
No, I stretched. Did Yokai Watch ever give you the option to nickname your yokai? Yeah, I gave you that option.
Favorite My Hero Academia opening theme?
Oh, I don't remember, honestly.
I can name two of my favorites. One of them I can actually play on piano, and that's Peace Sign. The other one, I forget which opening it is. But I could probably play that on piano too. I gotta find the name of it. Hold on. Opening 3.
Opening 3.
Yeah. Sora ni Utaiba. That's probably I probably butchered that, but that and Peace Sign are probably my favorites.
Anyone else hear that Teen Titans Go as the Cartoon Network's longest running series? Yeah. Yeah. I've never really cared for Teen Titans Go, so it's whatever. So far, so good. We're getting there. How long have I been streaming for? Almost 3 hours. Okay, so here pretty soon I'll be done with all the flat colors, and I'll start the shading for everyone, and then that'll be a good place to call it. Okay, let me see here. Let me go ahead and get her hair.
Yes, I'm still here.
No, he's not here, actually.
You're right. I've been dead for 60 years, Chat. You'll have to let me go.
Let him go, chat.
I died in the building collapse years ago. You'll have to let me go.
The accident wasn't our fault, they say, as they're the one holding the detonation button. It wasn't our fault. This actually sounds like an Ace Attorney case waiting to happen, come to think of it.
You're right.
Nah. Fair enough. Except for this one. Let me fix this one real quick. Okay. All right. We have reached hour 3. Because this is the third time the hour-long song loop has ended and restarted. We're getting there.
My leg.
What'd you do to your leg?
I overstretched.
Don't you remember, BJ? It was crushed after the accident.
It was crushed after the accident.
I've been able to walk on it for 30 years. There's an extra video in the thumbnail stream that I want to remove. Did that happen again? Or randomly just videos just decide that I'm watching, just like I'm like watching something on my phone and then randomly a video will just pop in there on accident because I pressed the wrong button. Let me fix that right quick. Since you told me now before I forget. Sure enough. Thank you for letting me know. How do I remove this? Remove. Thank you. Okay. Yes, Isaac. Yes, Isaac. Ray literally just told me that. I took care of it. Alrighty, there we go. Apollo and Trucy. They're flat colors anyway. Let me kind of fix what's going on, whatever's going on here, though. Hold on.
Slow typer. We'll work on that. Get good.
Move faster. That's better. Kind of. What's going on with the coloring of the tongue there? There we go. What I do need to do actually is the bracelet. Hold on. Do I have the bracelet saved somewhere? Yes, I do. That's not the bracelet. Where is the bracelet? That's not the bracelets. Where's the bracelets? I don't have the bracelets. Let me get the bracelets. How do I want to go about doing this? Let's see here.
Need to grab some more water soon.
You should do that. Stay hydrated. BF1 cheers.
Y'all heard the man. There's my water bottle. I need to get one of those giant water bottles that can just keep cold for like hours and hours.
Oh, literally what I have right here next to me. That I forgot what it's called.
If no one's staying hydrated, I'll find you.
And hydrate you myself. Don't think I won't.
Wait a minute. Donkey Kong Country with crowd control? That sounds terrible.
There we go. That's the bracelet. Put this aside for now. Alrighty, let's get some shading started. Start with Nick. Get his shading out of the way.
We need a National Hydration Day. I mean, we have a National Hydration Season. It's called summer. In some cases, spring. Go to the beach. Should I get food, yes or no? I don't know. Are you hungry?
No, starve yourself.
Hey, can you stand to put some food in your stomach?
Starve yourself. Do not consume. Otherwise you will be consumed. By your own greed.
What's your favorite out of the Ace Attorney games?
Honestly, I don't remember.
So that might be a question for you.
I'd have to like replay a lot of them to like really think of which one would be my favorite, because I like them all. I don't think I have a favorite. I think I just like Ace Attorney. Yeah, exactly. Don't be a consumer. If the internet's taught us anything, don't be a consumer. There you go. Consumerism bad. According to the people that also consume.
Ah, Christ. I took advantage of that sale and got the Phoenix Wright games, but I have not touched the classic ones at all yet. And I only played like maybe a little bit of the new one just to see what it was like. And that was a while ago, so I don't remember anything. Because I'm like, I kind of want to save that for a potential stream. I pre-ordered Skyward Sword HD because I wanted to. Does that make me a consumer? Yes, it does.
Well,
Right. Speaking of Skyward Sword HD, I am in desperate need of new Joy-Cons, so I can actually play that game the way it was meant to be played.
okay, but why would you play that game the way it was meant to be played?
Because, I mean, I don't want to... I mean, I'm happy for the people that have controller options for that game, because I know that was like one of the biggest things that kind of turned people off from Skyward Sword back in the day. But I was also one of the people that said, okay, we have like better quote unquote, like technology and motion controls with the Joy-Cons. So all those motion control issues that people had back then would probably be alleviated with the Joy-Cons. I'm apparently echoing again.
All right.
All those motion control issues that people were having with Skyward Sword back on the Wii apparently, allegedly, is alleviated with the Joy-Cons. So when I say play the game the way it was meant to be played, like I want to like actually try playing Skyward Sword with the Joy-Cons to try to get the proper experience.
The proper experience, aka suffering.
I mean, I'm willing to bet I'm just the loud one. That's probably why I'm echoing, which means I probably need to adjust my audio interface yet again.
Hello. Brandon, talk.
Hello?
Talk again.
Hello?
I have no clue how you can be echoing.
Okay, I guess the echo's gone.
Hope so.
As a person who has played his own Skyward Sword and played it with the Joy-Cons, I can confirm. What? That it feels better to play on the Joy-Cons than it did on the Wiimote? glad my I'm glad my synopsis has some merit. Did I do something on the SNG Discord? I did. It depends on what that something is. Oh, they changed the. They really did.
What's up?
No, I'm looking at some perks and I'm like, oh, they really did change that around. Oh, then yes, that was me. Well, it wasn't just me, but I was a part of that. Yes. Who's your least favorite character in Ace Attorney?
Least favorite character in Ace Attorney? Oh, I don't know. Just name any of the super annoying characters that commit perjury all the time that get on my nerves. But that's also kind of the point of them, so it's whatever.
Least favorite Mario character? I don't think there is a. You can have a least favorite Mario character.
Waluigi.
Because again, like, I feel like in the case of Mario, there are only characters that are better than others, but I don't think there are like Mario characters that are outright terrible.
Waluigi's terrible.
That is purely subjective.
You're subjective.
You're right. So not everything I say is objective. You're absolutely right.
My least favorite Mario character is Sonic the Hedgehog.
No, my switch shut off.
Why'd you do that?
I didn't.
But why'd you let it do that?
Because I should have picked up my controller. am I playing? I'm not really. Well, I was playing Theater Rhythm, but then I took a break. Thanks for the booster level on the SNG Discord. Well, you can't thank just me. I wasn't the only one that did it. It's like I noticed that there was a I only noticed that there was like one boost away from actually getting the proper boost to level 1. So I had to chip in order to get the perks for everybody. So if you're gonna thank anyone, don't just thank me. Thank Ellie too. Who's my party in Theater Rhythm? Zach Fair, Titus, Warrior of Light, Y'shtola.
Who's Titus?
Yes.
Okay, let's get the highlights.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Ray. Like, although I will say, I feel like the story of Final Fantasy X is one of those stories where it gets a lot better toward the end than it does in the beginning.
There we go. He had a little more shadow under his arm here, so it doesn't look too flat.
The laughing scene. I'm not even talking about that, Ray. I just mean like the whole pace of the game just feels really slow in like the beginning of the game, but things pick up and are actually more exciting toward the end.
That's usually not a great sign, though, is the problem.
Well, yeah, that's why I say it's like my only issue with it is like
because it's like
slow.
the most I'd argue, yeah, because like the most important points of a game are its beginning. If the beginning's slow, it doesn't matter how good the game gets toward the end. Like It's not like the point of the beginning of the game is to keep the audience captivated. If they can't do that, that's a problem.
That said, the next time I boot the game up, I need to grab a guide for like the frickin' cloister trials so I can actually not find myself stuck with those. I mean, I feel like I've gotten a lot better at puzzle solving over the years, so maybe it wouldn't be as bad, but still.
Okay, now let's just get the detail in Nick's eyes.
Did you watch the Pixar movie WALL-E?
I have.
I haven't.
Alright, Nick is done. Though, I think I do want to add one more little detail. Hold on. I'll get it later. If I remember. Alright, Maya. Miss Faye.
I know we've got the HD like cutscenes of 358 over 2 and recoded, but I am still kind of glad I found physical copies of the game. Or the games.
We're making good time. This is definitely not taking nearly as long as I thought it would, which is nice. I'm still gonna make this the only like thumbnail that I do for the day, but it's still nice to know that I'm making good time on it.
That was good. Oh, Jesus Christ. How much longer do you think we got on the thumbnail?
At the pace I'm going, maybe another hour or so.
Okay.
Why?
Nothing, I just needed to take care of some stuff real fast.
Okay.
So, I need to bump out for a bit. But I got my eyes on y'all, chat. Alright. I'll try to be back as soon as I can.
Alright. Crazy how many Final Fantasy games are playable on Switch now. No, I don't think it's that crazy because the Switch just has a fantastic catalog of games in general. It's a big reason why I honestly think if the next generation console that they make has to be like another Switch. Like it needs to just be like a it needs to be like a Switch that like is fully backwards. Like, even if it's like called something different, it needs to be fully backwards compatible with the current Switch and like its current eShop. Ever heard of Estelle's American Boy? Can't say I have. You wonder if Final Fantasy XIV can ever run on Switch? Probably not. And there's probably a way to do it, but like, why bother? Remember, the Switch is a toaster. You're better off running it on so many other things. You're probably better off running it on an actual toaster. It's like, I love the Switch. It has a great catalog of games, but let's just say it needs an upgrade, and soon. Stop that. Jeez. Still don't know why my pen is doing that. Hey Mom, what's up? Getting really sick of this pen here. Why does it keep doing that? I am really bad when it comes to drawing, like, the pinkness of lips, clearly. looks fine. All right. Let's get her eyes. Thank you, Dylan. There we go. My FA. Okay. And lastly, Apollo and Trucy. Doubt we'll get the Paper Mario. Yeah, I wasn't really planning on doing Paper Mario this stream. Because there's some things that I want to try with that thumbnail. And yeah, we've already been at this for 4 hours now. So once I finish this, yeah, that's where I'm going to call it. Yeah, drawing, yeah, these 4 characters. Yeah, I knew it would take up a lot of time. That's all right though. We'll get to Paper Mario next week. Paper Mario be hard? Not hard, but like I said, there's gonna be some things I'm gonna want to try with it to really try to like amp up the paper angle. Did Rex take this long, or did he take it even longer? Rex, that was like a 7-hour long stream. Something like that. And the reason why that one took so long, despite it only being 2 characters compared to this one currently, which is 4, is because there was just so much to Rex and Pyra's like outfits. Like their outfits like is what took up most of the time. Not to mention Pyra's sword and yeah. jeez. This glitch, this whatever's happening with my pen seems to be getting worse, and it's really getting on my nerves now. If this keeps up, I may have to actually think about getting a new pen. The tablet, I'm not sure if it's the tablet or the pen, but either way. Oh, actually, you know what I forgot to do for the color here? Hold on. Where is it? There we go. Oh, come on. What song is this? This is the Pursuit song from Ace Attorney 5. It's one of my favorites. That's why it's been playing for this time. favorite Ace Attorney character? Oh, I don't know, man. There's a lot of really good ones. All right, later, Ray. Have a good night. Okay. Have we done Cuphead? Cuphead was last stream. Yeah, Cuphead's already done. If you can talk about what would the next Smash do after Ultimate? Some person had the crazy idea that they would love all the characters in the Smash have their own. What? Wait, repeat that? Art style. You're saying have each character use their original art style from their own game and plop all those together? Ooh. Not sure how well that would work. Like there'd be some major clash happening there. Something I need to do for Trucy as well, so she doesn't look so pale. Let's give her some blush. There we go. I think I'll do a little for Apollo as well. Not as much, but just enough to kind of give his cheeks a little bit of shine. There we go. Oh, actually, you know what I forgot to do in the sketch? There's a bit of, no wonder Trucy's face looked a little weird. There's a little bit of hair that kind of, let's go in front or behind that. Behind it, okay. See that again. Yeah, okay. That looks better. I'm also gonna add a little bit more thickness to her eyes. I think I'm also going to add one additional light source here for certain things where the light needs to be much brighter. An example, like for example, Apollo's bracelets. Let's add a nice big gleam right there, as well as a bit more on Trucy's top hat, and then some of the gems on her outfits. Maybe not our top hat here. There we go. Okay. There we go. How do they look, guys? Alrighty. Let's start posing. Eight. Phoenix. Right. Phoenix right 2. Phoenix right 3. That doesn't look good, actually. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me fix that real quick. There was a lot of spots that I missed here, actually. Let me clean that up. Am I crazy here? How did all this happen? Oof. Probably because I didn't put an initial flat color layer behind it, that's why. Oh well, just get that fixed now. She looks so determined. Well, she's Maya. She's supposed to. Alright, that looks better. Make sure I didn't miss any other spots. Alright, no, she's good. Okay, cool. There we go. Fixed. Let me just resave that. Yeah, I am much happier with the face that I gave to Maya here as opposed to what I had in the sketch. It's so much. It's so much more her. There we go. Eevee? Oh, jeez. I still don't know what I'm going to do for Eevee. Do I just draw Eevee by itself, or do I draw all of them? I don't know yet. There we go. And then for the final touch, we need to make the new... We need to make this the Ace Attorney icon, which is right here. It should be nice and simple to do, ideally. Sounds like we have company, but I don't know who it is. Pokemon Sword was 3 years ago? Yeah. There we go. Nice and simple. And done. are a little bit faded here, though. Let me see if it'll look better if I put the actual images that I put here. And hold on. Yeah, that would look better. Okay, I'll just do that instead. There we go. How's it look, guys? Who's next? Paper Mario. But that'll be for next week. Alright. Alrighty, folks. That is where I'm going to go ahead and end it off. I'm hungry. I can use some food. I'm sure you guys could too, assuming you weren't eating without me during the stream. Alrighty then, so I will see you guys next week. Have a good night, everyone.